Well, it says I'm live. Hi, Amy. So good to see you feeling better. Sometimes it just needs a little time away. You can do whatever you want in the first sprint, or the second, or any of them. You're not obligated to write if that's not what you feel like doing. You can do whatever you want. I have a lot of things I have to do, and I lost my notes on my story, and that is causing me a problem. So I may have to read. I am creating what is called a story Bible, which has all the information of my story. I'm not an outliner, and I found that with long things like my story, that I forget a lot of details. So it's like world building, but it's contemporary world building. Everything that I will need. Hi, Rose. Nice to see you. We're just getting started here, and I can't find my timer, so we gotta. I don't know how this one's gonna work. We'll see. Hi, Mary. Nice to see you. We'll give it a few more minutes to see if anybody else comes in before we start anything. Like I was saying, I have to create a story Bible, which is like world building for contemporary times. Has all the information in it, so I could go back in my story to refer to it. However, I lost all my notes, so the only way now to create it is to go read my story and create it from there. I'm not very happy about that, but hey, it is what it is. So, my StreamYard looks a little weird right now because I just paid for it, and I have to design everything to work with it. So right now you're looking at a different screen than you're used to. Sorry about that. Once I put it on, I couldn't figure out how to get it off. So my colors are teal and black. So I did change my color of my name to teal. I did manage to get that far. But I can't get my logo up. It doesn't fit right, and I don't know how to do the other things. So I don't know anybody here. I do have the phone app, the forest app. If anybody wants to grow trees, let me know. If not, I won't bother setting it up. I will let that be up to the people in the chat. If somebody wants to grow a tree, we'll set up a tree growing session as well. I noticed that's become more popular. So now in my notifications, I'm putting on there that I will be doing, the forest app, because that seems to be the big thing now. I mean, I actually saw somebody come into a chat that I was in the other day, asked if they were growing trees, and when they said they weren't, they disappeared. They said that's all they were interested in. So, all right. Well, nobody said anything about growing trees, so I'm not going to worry about it now. Unless anybody wants to start at 15, we can start at 20 or 25 or 30 minutes. Doesn't matter to me. Longer is better for me. I don't like the short ones because I feel like I'm just getting started and in the groove and it ends on me. So any preferences, put them in the comments and we'll get started. And if nobody has a preference, we'll start at 20. So ignore my growing pains. My StreamYard will be changing once I figure out how to do all that and how I can get things designed for it. But right now I'm kind of stuck, and I lost my timer. So this, I don't know if it's going to work right or not. I mean, it works as a timer. It just doesn't look too good. All right. So I am going to set the first timer once I find it. Okay. So that's 20 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and start. And I'll see you back in 20 minutes. Oh, good. The timer's working right. All right, cool. I already started it, Amy. Started it at 20. I'm sorry. Maybe next time. Amy, you've been getting on lots of streams and you managed to get married and divorced. What in the world are you up to, girl? Married and divorced. Sorry about that. That's funny. That is funny. I got married and divorced for real. That wasn't funny. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to. I'm also working on my blog. I let it go for a month and a half, and now it's time to get it back on the road. So if anybody wants to check out my newest blog, I'll put the URL in the comments. You can go ahead and check it out. See what I'm writing. I have writing sprints on there. I have short stories, poetry, and it's new. So there are links in the pages for the older blogs, which have a lot of my writing in it, the older stuff. So if you're interested in reading, there is also a link to the story I have in progress. I don't have it on Wattpad. I have it on my blog. And there's a link there, and it's Memoir, 6 chapters so far of when I was a military wife. And some of it's kind of funny because my life has been kind of humorous at times. So there's always that if you'd like to give it a read. So there's plenty to do. And I'm going to go ahead and do some more updating on my blog. And then I'm going to start my story Bible because I got to get those notes in there. I can't, my story is getting full of brackets with details that I have to find. And I lost my notes. I can't believe I lost them. I know they'll show up once I finish writing everything out. I'm going to go ahead and mute now so that I'm not bothering you. Okay, Amy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I couldn't get the timer off. Didn't want to go off for some reason. And I'm sorry about the wrong URL I put in there the first time. I don't know what I do that all the time. I forget about it. I spend the time working on all the comments I now have on my blog since yesterday I spent most of the day blogging. So my new posts are up and people are commenting, and I have to take care of the comments there. What did you guys get done, if anything? Or did you just stare at the four walls like I do sometimes? I was surprised when that alarm went off. I don't know. I was lost in the comments. Oh, hi, Jules. Yeah, you're right. I'm muted. I was muted. I forgot. I'm unmuted now, I think. I hope. Rose chased the kids around. It's bedtime. I do not miss those days. Definitely do not. My youngest grandchild just turned 8 months, and I'm missing all of his, you know, brand new baby milestones. He's got teeth, and he's starting to, walk around with help. And so there it goes. Not much I can do about it. Just have to live with it. Darlene Ryder has been working on notes for new scenes that I haven't plotted out. That's a good thing. I still have not found those missing notes, which means I am going to most likely have to start from scratch with the document, start reading it, notating what I can find in the document, and create from there, because they seem to have vanished into thin air. And just excuse the state of my StreamYard right now, StreamYard right now, because I paid for the monthly, which allows me to, of course, brand it and change things. And I don't know how to do all that. And then once I got some of it on there, I couldn't get it off. So I changed my colors, though, because my colors are teal and black. So I did manage to do that part. And Charlie has offered to help me with some of the artwork, so I may take him up on that if he has some time. I know he's so busy, but he might be able to help me. Otherwise, I'll go back to Fiverr. Fiverr did a great job with my work, and I'm happy with them. So if I have to, I'll go back to Fiverr once I understand what it is I need to set this whole thing up. Because having a branded StreamYard is different from the regular one. Amy, let's see. Amy says, come on in. I know you're there. Amy got a video done watching, and the next sprint I'm thinking of writing. Well, that's good. I'm glad to see that you're thinking about writing again. Sometimes just getting started is the hard part. I spent hours last night, all night. I was up all night because I'm back on my night owl schedule. And I updated my blog that hasn't been updated in a long time. A month and a half since we first started Nano, I stopped blogging. And once you get out of it, boy, it's hard to get back in. Come on. Darlene Ryder, boo, the notes must have gone to the universe of the single socks. They must have. And with all the gremlins that Charlie's been plagued by, maybe they're plaguing me now too. I don't know. I have no idea. I just don't understand it. And they're colored paper, so they would stick out. Not like they're, in a pile of white paper. So they would stick out, but they're missing. So I think I'm going to have to, like I said, open my document up and just start creating from what's in the document instead of using what I already had notes on. But it works. I mean, it works either way. It doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal. So we just finished sprint one, and of course I forgot the banner as well. You would think I haven't done this in a while. uh, Rosalind wants to know if Jules is part of the sock parliament. Interesting question. Rosalind means sock gnome. She probably may not, but she has things disappear, probably just like the rest of us. And Amy wants the next sprint to be 25:52. Well, if I can remember that when I set the timer, I did see it this time. So 25:52. And Jules says, I wish I was part of the sock parliament. Then I could order them to repatriate themselves back to their owners. You know, I got to a point I had so many single socks, I started using them for dusting. And I would dust, and then I would toss them out because I knew I was never going to find the mate. And they make good dusters. You know, they conform to your hand, and you can dust things with them. So that's what I did with all those missing socks that didn't have mates. It's funny though, it happens to everybody. They just disappear. I mean, it probably goes up and into the washing machine and or the dryer and gets behind things and you can't get it, but who knows. And then I had to get a new phone again. So I've been working on setting up a new phone. Thankfully this time the backup kept more of my stuff. But I think that the backup is corrupted, and I think that's a problem, which means I'm going to, if the same thing happens, this is the third phone, the exact same thing happens, I'm going to have to recreate from scratch. That's not going to be fun. So I got that new phone today, and tomorrow I have to get the old one mailed back before they charge me $500. $500 if it doesn't get back in 5 days. They don't give you much time, do they? Okay, Jules is good with 25:52 minute sprint. So that's 2-4. So I guess we will set that up for 25:52. Timer. We're going to start again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, Rose is okay with it too. That's good because it's already started. And let's see if I can remember to put the banner up this time. There we go. Second sprint. And I will see you all in 25 minutes. Hi, Mr. P. Nice to see you. Okay. Second sprint is done. So how did everybody do? I'm still working on my blog. I got to get it caught back up again. I really let it go for a month and a half. Did anyone get anything done? Okay. Here we go. Rose is almost finished with her writer's notebook setup. Is that kind of like the story Bible? Or do you do something different? I'm just learning about story Bibles. So I don't outline, but I do need something that has details in it. I have found that out. Darling writer, I did not get a whole lot done. I read a bit of a novel trying to find a scene I thought was well done, which means I will probably be up late finishing the book. Been there, done that. I see where a lot of people say that they like to write down things that they see that, either sentences or scenes or something that speaks to them so they have it to go back and look at a later time. And it kind of makes sense. Amy says didn't get writing in, but that's better than sitting in a corner and staring at the wall like I did yesterday. Ha ha ha. Yes, it is. Definitely. As one who has sat and stared at the walls at numerous times in her life, it's definitely better than sitting in a corner and staring at the wall. So, anybody else get anything done? So, that was the second sprint. One of these days, I have to finish Save the Cat. I started it, but I didn't get too far. Since it seemed to concentrate on outlining, and as far as the beats go, I seem to have a problem following beats. I see them written there on what should be happening, but I write my story as I see fit. My choice, my story. If it doesn't fit the beat, oh well, what can I say? Well, no one else is saying anything, so I guess we can take times now for our third sprint. What does everybody think about the time for the third one? Jules, speaking of, reading a novel, one time when I was first getting back into writing, because I had that 30-year break where, may not have heard the story, I don't know, but when I got rejected when I was a teenager, I went into like a total funk and just quit writing. When I start writing again, it's been about almost 10 years now. Um, I was trying to get a story started. One of the first ones that I wrote, it was a prompt, and I had the prompt, but I didn't know what to do. So I picked up the book laying next to me, and I looked at the first sentence that they wrote. And then I found a couple more books sitting around because I'm usually reading more than one at a time, and started reading the first line of all the books. So something popped inspiration into my mind. I mean, I didn't use their sentence, but it actually gave me inspiration, and I actually was able to use it to create my first line for my story. So that's what I did when I was lacking inspiration. Worked for me. Anybody got a request for a time? We did 25:52 last time. I don't mind going up to 30. Most sprints we usually don't go more than 30, but you know, right now I'm open to anything. I guess if nobody says anything, I will set it for 30 minutes because I've got stuff to do. I'm not staring at the wall at the moment. It's not one of those days. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good week. I had a rough time the other day, and Charlie and I had a talk in chat. A talk, not in chat. He was chatting and I was talking during the live sprint. So I kind of scared a few people away in the middle of that one when we kind of veered off subject of writing and went into our little therapy session thing. That was kind of funny, but it was something I needed and something I think he needed, and it worked for us. And the other people, I kept asking them, and nobody seemed to want to reply. So we just kept our conversation going, and they all left finally. I didn't know what to say. No one would say anything. All right. So for the third sprint, since no one has said anything, I'm going to make it for 30 minutes. And go from there. So, get my timer. Set it for 30. We want to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, this was the third sprint. There we go, third sprint. I will see you all in 30 minutes. I forgot to unmute again. As I was saying, there were 6 or 7 people here. Now there's one, so I'm not sure who's left. So Mary got 173 words last time. Mr. P is working instead of writing. Rosalind uses a happy planner for her novel note sections and then takes it apart each section for a new novel. Good idea. I just got my first happy planner, but I'm not a planner person, so I'm not sure how well that's going to work out. And Amy, let's see. Come on. What are you doing? Amy said this one should be 30:03 if anybody's up for it. Well, we already started it. We did 30. Here are the new comments. All right. See, I did skip. I missed a lot. I don't know who's still here, so I don't know. I'm putting these up here. Amy says, any advice for feeling too young to actually be good at writing? I don't think there's an age. I was writing in the 8th grade, and I went and looked at some of those poems I wrote. I would be happy with them at this point in my life. I didn't find myself to be too young, so I don't see where. I mean, as long as you can write, obviously, and know grammar, then that's what you really need. You can learn the other stuff. All right, Amy's still here. All right, I miss Jules leaving. She's off the bed. She read a chapter of the book and now doomed to reread. I'm sorry I missed you leaving. I looked over. I didn't see anything. Okay, let's see here. Let's go. As Jules says, your writing can be good even at a young age. And you only get better with time. And that's true. Just like I said, I reread the stuff I wrote in 8th grade, and it's perfectly acceptable now. I did post it, actually. I mean, I said that I wrote it in 8th grade, but it was something I felt would be suitable for now. Rose says, so lie about your age. Jules said, and I think the youngest New York Times bestselling author is 12 years old. Wow. So Amy says she's 12 years old. Somebody came back, or a new person arrived. That's my one complaint. Oh, here comes a couple other people. It's only, or maybe these stacks just aren't right. I don't know. I mean, I look at it and I don't see anybody, and then people will say something in the comments. So I'm not really sure. It says I have 3 people here still. So what did everybody get done? That was our 3rd sprint. Okay, 3rd sprint. Jules said, and Amy, you're supposed to be 13 before you sign up for YouTube. You could always say you were born on leap day and therefore only age every 4 years. Amy says, but that's probably the rules in America's YouTube, but I'm in New Zealand, so I don't know what New Zealand's YouTube is like. I'm not sure, but I think YouTube is one entity and that they probably have the same rules no matter where you are. Harry says I got 773 words again. That's not weird, is it? That's weird to do it 2 times in a row. But then I've seen 2 writers come up with the exact same amount of words as well. So a little strange. But those things happen. Coincidence. So Amy edited half a chapter, sort of. Okay. That's progress, Amy. Don't worry about it. You did something. And you should be proud of it. It was a real productive sprint for you. So I'm glad to hear that. I really am glad to hear that. I hate to see you so torn apart about feeling inadequate. I don't know how young you are. I really don't know how much experience you have. But you only get better with age. And I'm older. I've been around a while. But there's still plenty for me to learn out there, which is why I started hanging around Authortube, because I could get a lot of stuff from them. I mean, I watch, well, lately I'm subscribed to so many people, I can't watch all their videos now, so I have to pick and choose. But I watch their craft videos. I need to learn about multiple point of views, because I'm doing multiple point of views in this book. Never done that before. I need to learn about that. I need to learn how to write scenes. I used to just throw everything into a chapter. I didn't know that there were scenes, so I need to learn about scenes. And I just go on there and I search for the subject that I'm interested in, and then I watch those videos. And once you put a search in there, YouTube suggests other videos that are similar in nature, so that you get, other suggestions to follow. It's not a bad thing. I mean, you could get, like people say, the term lost, down the rabbit hole. But if you don't have something else that you have to do and have time, start watching videos. Look for the topics that you're interested in that you don't feel comfortable with. Okay, so you're Amy's doing multiple POVs as well. Look it up. See what you can find. If you're not sure, because I'm not sure, I can't help you with writing multiple POVs, because I myself don't know how. I just started writing my story, and I figure I will fix it once I have figured out how it works. But one thing I do know about multiple POVs, when you have one person narrating, so one person is telling the story, they don't know what's going on in the other people's minds or what they're doing. They only know what they see. And with a multiple POV, you can have that person, they have their own chapter, and you put in there all the stuff that's happening that the other person doesn't know anything about. The other, your narrator of your story knows nothing about. And I think that is really neat. I find it entertaining too. So, when I started writing this, I thought that's what I need, because if I'm just telling the story, it's boring. But if I got multiple POVs, then that part that's hidden from the reader is exposed. And I think it's a good thing, unless it's fantasy. Well, I'm not. I can't speak about fantasy because I don't write it or read it, so I'm not really familiar with it. I know a lot of the YouTubers are fantasy writers, and they might be able to help you if that's what you're interested in learning. Just look up point of views and find videos on it. Spend some time watching them. You'd be surprised what you learn. Okay, so Amy Lee wants, I'm sorry, Amy. You asked me to call you Amy. I apologize. Amy wants 25 minutes. Anybody else have any other suggestions? Or should we make it 25 minutes? This is going to be sprint number 4. Trying to keep track. I usually don't, but I'm trying to keep track. Mary says, I tried to write in multiple POVs when I was younger and it didn't work for me. I tried and like third person a lot better, but I want to get back into writing in multiple POVs. Yeah, I, I, I like to write in first person, and this time I decided to do third person. But I was doing third person present tense and kept screwing up the tenses. So now I'm doing third person past tense with multiple point of views. So it does get a little confusing. Mary also likes 25 minutes. Okay. So sprint number 5 is going to be 25 minutes. Oh, thank you, Amy. I got a lot of bright colors. Yesterday I was in like an orange peachy color. That was kind of neat. Really bright color. Which reminds me, I got two videos to edit to get posted. I better get to work on them too. I got too much to do. Got to stop sleeping. No more sleep. Sleep's out of the question. Now I'm out of sleep. All right, so we're going for 25 minutes. We set the timer. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Your skies are this color? Wow, I love this color. I love water that's this color. So pretty. Really pretty. See if I got a 5th sprint. Did I do a, looks like I did a 5th sprint. I did a 5th sprint. Okay. Alrighty then. See you ladies and or gentlemen, since I don't know who's here, in 25 minutes. Okay. Well, Mary went to bed. Amy's still here. Hi, Amy. So, did you get anything done on any of your writing, or are you watching a movie again? I had to eat something. It's midnight here. I slept till almost 4 p.m. and then got up because my aide was coming at between 5 and 6. Well, you got a few sentences done, not that much before I got distracted again. I'm trying to do so many different things at once that I keep getting distracted. Like I said, was updating my blog, so I was writing poetry and blog prompts for my different prompts that I participate in. Yesterday, I had to write a short story for my blog. Did a couple short things. Got all this week's prompts done now, so I'm caught up. It's still only 4:19 in the afternoon there. I guess you're not tired unless you were like me and was up all night and then went to bed. Now that my aide has changed her hours to nighttime, she comes around between 5 and 6 p.m. I can actually sleep till then, and then I get up, and that's when I'm starting my day. So my day is not normal for most people, but I like it that way. So I will be up for hours. I have a lot to do. I have to find the 2 videos, and one I did edit, but I'm not sure it's going to upload. It's taking a while, and I'm not sure if it's going to upload. I used a different program this time. You can't do poetry without asking Mr. Google for advice. So what do you ask Mr. Google about poetry? Because poetry, I mean, it has no set rules unless you're doing a specific kind of poetry. Then, of course, there are rules. But you can write anything you want in poetry. It doesn't matter. My day is from 1 p.m. in the afternoon until 2 p.m. at night. Oh, Rose is still here. Oh, cool. It said there were 2 people, but nobody spoke up, so I didn't know if anybody was here or not. I'm glad you're still writing. Actually, Amy Lee, I get up around 4 in the afternoon and go to bed between 9 and 10 in the morning. I'm up all night, which is just fine with me. It's the way I like it. It just makes it harder with the streaming because I like to be on Charlie's streams, but at 5 o'clock is when my aide is here. And besides the cleaning she does, she also helps me bathe and get dressed and stuff like that. So kind of that falls in a wrong time period for me to be on Charlie's. 30 minutes is fine with me. Fine with you, Rose? Yeah, Amy, I agree. I'm more focused with the longer ones. When I get cut off, I'm just getting into it, and they cut it off 10 or 15 minutes in. I prefer the longer ones too, and I don't mind running 30-minute sprints. You know, it's up to the consensus, and right now it's just the two of you. So you know, unless Rose has a problem, we can do 30 minutes again. Just let me know, Rose, if you object. Yeah, we do have a lot in common. Except I've never been to New Zealand, but I did have a New Zealand pen pal when I was younger. So I was really close as you can be to someone you've never met. And that's back when you wrote letters on email paper and sent them snail mail. I mean, you know, we didn't have what you guys have now. I used to remember sitting there waiting for the mailman to see if there was a letter from my pen pal. Because as soon as I saw the the airmail letter, I knew it was from her, because she's the only one I had that was, you know, out of the country. And we were pen pals for quite a few years. Well, since I'm not getting anybody, including Rose, saying it different, we're going to do another 30-minute sprint. Let me change the banner because I'm not doing the 5th one anymore, and I don't have one for 6. So I'm just going to put on sprinting in case somebody pops in. Once I figure out where I put it. There it is. So I'm going to change that to sprinting. And then I'm going to put a 30-minute timer on for us. Okay, and we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, great. Rose is fine. So we're started. Go ahead and do what you're going to do. I'm still trying to find videos that I took that I need to edit to put up on my YouTube channel. And I finished the work on my blog. And I gave you the URL in the beginning if you want to go check out my blog. I actually have 3 of them. The newest one is the one I put in the comments section, but there are links on there to my other blogs. All 3 of them have writing. The one that says Finding a Writer is my oldest one, and it has the first work I did almost 10 years ago now. I started that one. I have since gone through and gotten rid of a lot of stuff because as time went on, it didn't suit me, and so I took it off. So, you know, I update occasionally. If I don't like something, and maybe I did when I wrote it, but it doesn't suit me now, I don't hang on to it. I get rid of it. So if you're looking for something to read, it's not Wattpad. I'm not sure that I really want to go the Wattpad route. I think I might continue putting my stories on my blog. And when I get to the point where I feel that the story I'm writing, the thriller I'm writing right now, is in a position to be posted, I will probably post it on my blog to be read. I don't want to start it though if I don't actually finish it, and it's not finished yet. So anything could happen. So until I know it's finished, and I'm only editing it myself. I'm not paying somebody to edit it for me. It's not like I'm publishing traditionally or indie publishing or anything. I'm do my own editing. So anyhow, let you ladies do your work, and I will get back to what I'm doing. I'll see you in a little bit. We're winding down to 0. Alrighty. Done. So how'd everybody do? I found my one video, the first piece, thankfully not the second one, first. I got the first one first, and I just made a thumbnail so I got it uploaded to YouTube. Well, that's good, Amy. Really productive. Really, really productive. That is great. Great news. I'm glad to hear it. Definitely glad to hear it. Rose, you killed some more monsters. More monsters. Good, because we don't need any more monsters in this world than we have already. Are these make-believe monsters or monsters that we're familiar with? I mean, are you creating your own monsters? I can't remember. If I gather you're doing either a horror or fantasy to be killing monsters. You know, horror was one of the first things I really loved and really got into. But I do find it harder to write in that genre. I'm not genre specific. I write what I feel and what I'm in the mood for. And this thriller, I am amazed that I have been able to do this. For the words. Okay, Rose, I'm not exactly sure if is that the title or is it on Wattpad or what? What does For the Words mean? No, Amy, I've never written fantasy. I don't even read fantasy. I have seen fantasy type movies on rare occasions. For example, at least I would call it fantasy, The Never Ending Story. I would call that fantasy. I did watch that. But for the most part, I don't do fantasy. I don't like Harry Potter. I've never had an urge to watch or read Harry Potter. For the words, you write and defeat monsters. Is that what you're saying? Oh, a video game for writers. Oh, okay. Video game for writers. Interesting. Things that you find that are out there. Yeah, I'm not a fantasy person. I like contemporary. I don't like historical fiction. I don't like westerns. I don't even like historical romance. I mean, I like my romance to be up to date. I don't really I have read a lot of romance in my lifetime and in different time periods. But I prefer everything in contemporary. And that's just my opinion. Everybody has their own opinion. Sorry about that. Their own opinion on what they like and don't like. Obviously, this place would be pretty boring if we all like the same thing. Yeah, Natalia Lee's book is Western. I have read the first part of Pistol Daisy, which she offered as a freebie. And although I found it captivating, I mean, I knew where it was going. There was no way it wasn't going where it went. I mean, it had to. It was the only way to do it. The, uh, the whole idea of the book now, of course, is, based on her trying. If you haven't read it, I don't want to ruin it for you. But, she's writing a series, and it will be all about Daisy and her search. And I don't think I want to go any further. I mean, what she sent out as a little piece to captivate you was interesting, but not enough for me to want to read the whole story. And she had to learn a lot about the West to write a Western. All right, we can do 25 minutes. Let's see what here we got. Rosalind says she writes mystery, paranormal, and romance, plus poetry and literary novellas. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like mysteries. I love paranormal. And romance, I don't mind if it's mixed in with my mystery and paranormal kind of thing. Straight romance, where it's just a romance novel. I have a couple that I started, didn't finish because I just wasn't in it at the time. I do have a couple ideas that I started, so I put them in a file to keep. I posted them on my blog, and I use my blog for a lot of my ideas, things that I've written short stories for, or from prompts. Some of them actually turn into decent enough ideas. So they are in a file if I feel like writing romance. Amy writes fantasy mixed into romance. Definitely, I think a little romance is always nice to have mixed in. Becca C. Smith, I don't know if you're familiar with her. She's one of the first Authortubers that I met besides Kate Kavanaugh. Becca C. Smith writes fantasy, and she's got several books published, and she writes young adult fantasy, so they're all, of course, about teenagers. I read half of book one, and it was pretty interesting. I just didn't get a chance to finish it, but that was a series. And yeah, Becca C. Smith she's pretty well known in the AuthorTube field. She definitely does young adult fantasy, and I was fascinated enough about hers that I read, a good bit of the first book. But I got distracted, and of course I didn't finish it, and now I'm not sure where on my hard drive it is. If I come across it again, I might continue reading it. But she does young adult, which of course is different than adult fantasy, obviously. I am not. I know cachet. I don't feel comfortable with cachet from what I've seen. I can't imagine her. One, I don't have the nerve to even ask. And two, I wouldn't be comfortable. I mean, I know she's big and she has a lot of following. I don't know if but I haven't really had much contact with Cache, however you pronounce that, Cache. Becca's looking for betas. You need to read the first 3. I don't know. She's working new stuff. I read her stuff that's already published. I read the first book. Can't remember what it's called now. And it was pretty good. I mean, considering I'm not really into fantasy and it was young adult to begin with, it was pretty good. I don't know what her current books are about, and whether you have to read the first 3 or not. You would have to look to see what Becca has 800 subs. Yeah, she's been around for a while. Kate Kavanaugh was the first person I ran into on Authortube. And so from Kate, I branched out to the people she followed. So Becca was one of the first people after Kate that I started following. And I like Becca. And I've read nothing that Kate has written because she has not offered anything up. Whereas Becca is published, so her books are available. So I was able to read. I think she was given the first book away free. Oh, Cache has 800 subs. I'm not sure what Becca has. Becca may have more. 800, I mean, it's a lot compared to me. I think I just hit 59, if I'm not mistaken. The last time I checked, I hit 59. Long ways to go. I haven't even hit the 100 mark yet. But I know everybody likes, I wish I knew how to say her name, Cache. I've seen her put it just as Cash or just as Shay when she's co-hosting on a blog. I just feel out of her league, and I don't know if I'd be comfortable. And I'm certainly not comfortable asking. If she came to me and she asked me, that'd be a different story. But I'm shy. I'm very shy. And getting the first video done was really hard. And then the first live stream was really hard. I'm getting more comfortable now in front of the camera. But those first few were really, really difficult. So I know everybody loves Cache. I hope I'm not butchering her name. Everybody loves her. I mean, that's evident, man. They all want to collab with her. But it's not something that I'm not even ready to be a host with a co-host. I can co-host as long as somebody's hosting, and I've done that several times. But as far as, I'm not comfortable being the host with a co-host right yet. Amy says she's shy too. She'll probably start a YouTube channel in the next few years if you're comfortable. That first one, it's going to be hard. It will be hard. Everybody says that. Everybody looks at their first video and says, oh my God, I can't believe this. And it takes time to get used to. I am saying her name right, Cache. Okay. Yeah, because I haven't actually heard anybody say it, so I really wasn't sure how to say it. I know she's pretty big there in all the, she did the Evergreen Oasis retreat. She was on just about every one of those. She had a long day, because she was on just about every one. And then the last one, they had just about everybody that participated on that one. And that was full of people. Um, but I don't know. I'm still awkward. Feel awkward. Don't know if I sound awkward. I don't know if I sound like. I don't know if what I portray on the outside is what I feel on the inside. If people could really see just how scary I find the whole thing. But it is scary. So when you do your first video, you've got a choice. You don't have to post the very first one. You could do them a few times until you start feeling more comfortable and then post the first one that you feel better with. But yeah. We can sprint again. You said you wanted what, 25 this time? 25? Did I get that right? That'll give me time to get this one video up at least. I still have to edit the second video and find it. I'm not sure where I put it. Oh yeah, I think I put it in OneDrive. 25 or 25-25. I'm not sure how you wrote that, what you meant. You mean 25-25 or just 125? I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I can put 25-25 in the timer. It doesn't matter. 25-25. Gotcha. Okay. So let's get set up here. We're sprinting. Come on. Sprinting. Okay. Back to comments so I can see you guys. And now to the timer. $25, 25. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. See you all in 25 minutes. All right, let me get this timer off. All right. So how'd you guys do? I finally got my first video up and post it. I have to see about getting some work done so I can brand my StreamYard. Oh, great. Another productive sprint. I love to hear that. You're doing a great job, Amy. You still working on your story, Lily? It's funny. I like it being in the middle of the night because it is quiet around here. During the day, people are so darn noisy. Being up in the middle of the night, I've got quiet and I don't have to listen to it. It's so nice. And when I'm sleeping, my bedroom's next to one other person. Of course, there's people above me and people below me. You don't usually hear below. You hear the people above, and she's got cats that knock things off of tables and stuff. So it can be a little noisy up there. But most of the time, I don't hear too much noise because the hallway is further away from my bedroom. So that's not so bad. Yeah, I love silence too. I don't write to music. If I put the TV on, I get distracted. So I don't put the TV on. It's usually just silence. But it's ruined sometimes by noisy neighbors. Hmm. Having a little brother around forces you to listen to music so you don't hear him. Yeah, that could be problematic. I don't have a little brother. When my son was young, he used to drive me crazy when he was playing his video games because he would get so enraged and he would be banging and throwing things around and screaming at the game. I'm like, would you cut it out? Yeah. Rosalind says she's 45 years old and I've never lived alone. So no silence. I understand the never lived alone. I've only been alone for 2.5 years out of my 63. And I'm not alone because I live in a high rise with 100 apartments in it. So we're jammed in here like sardines, so you're as lone as you can get. I open my door. If my neighbor's coming out at the same time, we walk into each other. That's how close we are. I'll tell you, sometimes when they're playing video games, I mean, I see it in my grandchildren as well. The rage, I mean, it is so real, and it's a video game. Okay, so why are you so enraged? I don't understand. But I'm a different type of person, obviously. I don't know what my son does now because he's on his own and away from me. So I don't know if he's still that way. I would gather he is. No, it's not that important. It really isn't that important. It is a game. You start over again. No big deal. you know, it's just, I guess I'll never understand that. And that's one of the things I like about being alone is I don't have to deal with that. I don't have to deal with somebody playing music I don't want to hear. I don't have to fight over the remote. If I feel like watching TV, I put on what I want to watch. I, living alone, you know, writing is another story. Well, I don't even get enraged with my story. I'm not that kind of person. I'm slow to anger. I mean, if you make me angry to the point that I have to burst out and show it, then you've really made me angry. And I don't like to get that way because sometimes there's no uh, coming back from that without some damage being done. So I try not to take stuff that. Uh, okay, I get enraged. I can understand losing stuff or deleting stuff and stuff like that. I can understand it. Definitely would be very upsetting if I just suddenly lost that whole 40,000 word document I just wrote. I'm sure I would be upset, but I don't know how I would show it. There's being enraged inside, and there's being enraged outside. So there is a difference. I mean, you can be angry and whatnot, but don't have to show it physically. And that's what used to really bother me was him and even my grandchildren, pounding and banging on things and throwing things and stuff like that. And sometimes you get enraged with your characters. Uh, yeah, sometimes they do things that we don't plan on them doing, and people that don't write wouldn't understand that, but I can understand it. 30-30, do not have a problem with that at all. Let's see here. Find my sprinting. So we're sprinting again. We are going for 30-30. And we're going to start that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. See you all in a little bit. All right, timer. I'm coming. I'm coming. Like, hold on. I'm on my way. Okay. So, how did everybody do? Great. Amy had another productive sprint. I'm glad to hear it. I managed to get a couple things squared away on Instagram. I'm still learning that. I need to be able to advertise my sprints, and there's a way of scheduling them so that they will go live on Instagram at the time you tell it to. So I just realized I put the wrong time on there, so I had to go in and fix it. Tomorrow, Tuesday and Thursday, I scheduled my sprints for 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So they're going to be earlier, which means I might run into a lot more people having sprints. I can't tell at this point. Oh, you're working on your hospital scene, the one you were asking questions about the other night? That's good. Rose is still writing. That's a good thing. So, yeah, I know, Amy, with the time difference. I'm trying different times, trying to, trying to find a good time to have them. I mean, I will still periodically have them late at night. Due to my current schedule, I can do that. But I also want to try doing them a little earlier and see if I can pick up a few people that way. So Tuesday and Thursday will be early. I don't know if I scheduled the weekend yet or not. I don't think I scheduled it yet, but Friday night I hope to be at 11 p.m. my time, Eastern. I don't know what time that is, though that's usually the time I was holding them, so that's usually a good time for Amy being in New Zealand. I wish you could make it too. You're my number one fan. It won't be the same without you. But school is important, so. But I will be, like I said, Friday night. I didn't schedule it yet, but I have it in my calendar for 11 p.m. Now that I'm paying for the month, I can have as many as I want for as long as I want. So I can have more than I used to. And I'm really getting enjoyment out of doing this. So I'm not planning on stopping anytime soon. Plan on keep doing this, making my videos. Oh, what am I doing? Trying to turn the banner off since we aren't sprinting at the moment. Let's not confuse everybody. Yeah, so I will most likely keep my late nights definitely on the weekend. But even during the week, because like I said, I'm night owl. My aide has changed her hours. She will most likely be gone by 8. So anywhere from, 8 on, I can schedule sprints. So, and they help me because it gives me time to work on things I need to do, and I get support also from them. So it's it doesn't just support you guys, it supports me too. Hi, we got somebody new here. We got the writing coach. How are you doing? Nice to see you. we are late night writers most of the time here. So I'm not sure where you're from. My number one fan, as I say, is from New Zealand, and she doesn't usually miss. But I'm going earlier tomorrow and Thursday, so she's not going to be able to make it. So I will miss having her in my stream. I saw you. I just actually saw that, and I saw I posted back to you with the. I don't know if the link actually worked, but you just search my name and it'll come up with my live stream. If the link doesn't work, but I did just see your notation on Instagram. I'm still working on learning Instagram, and so I'm getting help from people that are helping me set things up. And right now my StreamYard looks a little weird because I have to get things redone because I went ahead and got the monthly membership, which allows me to brand it. So I need some help with that. So I'm getting help. Amy wants to know from the writing coach, when we sprint again, how many minutes should we do? Amy likes 30. She likes 25. We tend to do a little bit longer ones. Usually not less than 20. So we usually run between 20 and 30. So if you have a preference to time, I always ask. "25 minutes, okay." You made Amy happy. She likes those long ones. So we can set up another sprint for 25 minutes. And let's see here. Timer. Okay, we're going to start our sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will be back in 25 minutes. Okay, we're done another sprint. And what did everybody get to? Yeah, at the writing coach, yes, I am a busy lady. Um, I do a lot of writing. I have a novel started from NaNoWriMo, Camp NaNoWriMo in July. It's at 40,000 words at the moment. Working on that. Plus, I just restarted my blog because I let it go during NaNoWriMo and worked on the novel instead. So I definitely am busy. So my three blogs, one is really old. That's when I first started. The middle one is kind of a mixture of personal and writing. So there's some personal stuff in there. There's links to the articles I published on a bipolar disorder site, a blog. I did that for almost a year. And then I just started this new one, which I'm going to try to create as an author platform, which will take some getting used to because I'm really not sure how all that works. So, and I'm thinking about possibly starting a newsletter. So that's something else I need to work on learning and what goes into them. So I'm trying to look at people's, newsletters to get an idea. Amy got a few videos done. That's cool. So yeah, I do keep busy. I have the time. I am currently disabled, so I don't work. So I have nothing but time. And I'm not busy on the social calendar. So this is my life, my writing. I used to read a lot more than I do right now. I've slowed down on the reading because I've kind of picked up on the writing, picked up my pace with my writing. But I definitely am busy. And I started with YouTube, the Authortubes section. I started watching 2 years ago. So I kind of feel, even though I didn't have a channel then, that I was part of them because, I watched all their videos and, I keep up with what's new in writing through them. So just added a few more things to my to my list of things to do. And now I have to rebrand my StreamYard. That's why it's currently a little messy right now because I was trying to do it and I didn't have the right kind of uh, files that I could put up. So it's got stuff on there that I can't take down until I get new ones made. So I got somebody helping me with that. Amy is full of questions. Okay, you're working on a newsletter too. Yeah, I'm not sure of. I know going back, they were all text. They were a lot easier. I'm not sure about the new ones now, of course, which are all, HTML and, of course, a lot nicer looking than plain text. But when I did my last attempt at writing one, it was all text, because that was all that was really available back then. I go back a ways, and so, of course, this new stuff is all new to me. But Amy always has questions, so. She doesn't think her work is good. She doesn't have confidence. She needs confidence. She's young. She needs confidence. I understand. I still need confidence too. I don't know everything. Don't pretend to know everything, but I know to go look for what I need, and I will do that. So when I'm ready, I will think about launching. Yeah, MailChimp is part of my blog, my WordPress blog. I have not used it yet. So I'm not, and I know that, I don't know if it needs anything else. I mean, because there's got to be, a way of getting people to subscribe to it. And I just got this blog, and I paid for this one, so this one has more features. I just don't know how to use them yet. So yeah, and the writing coach. Everything is point and click, no HTML anymore. I come from making websites where you hand coded everything, and it was a lot of work. My daughter and I created 2 professional sites, completely hand coded, and we didn't have those point and click sites that they have nowadays that make things so much easier. But it'll take research to find out how to go about it. And, it's just one more thing to add to my ever growing list. Eventually, I'll get there. I come from the older generations, and, things were done differently. So I have to get up with what's new nowadays. I personally don't have a specific genre. My current is a thriller, first time. So, of course, that's taken a lot of research because never had to do that before. It's kind of fun, though. Get to murder people, but then I have to learn how, the other side works, how the police part of it works, because certainly never been in that position. I have seen Bethany, but I'm not sure if I've seen her videos. I've seen her things mentioned. I subscribe to so many people. I personally have a hard time keeping up with everybody. It's really hard. I called it a dark obsession. And I have 2 murders. So it's, trying to figure out, plant the little seeds for who is going to be suspected and whatnot is something, that I had to work on. Still working on it. And I just actually changed my suspect. So I'm going to be changing. Changing for a little while. I don't think I'll change it again. I think I know now who I want it to be, but it wasn't the original person I planned on. different subgenres in Christian. Okay. Yeah, I did. Well, they, from what I understand, they call it discovery writer now. I'm a pantser. I do not plot my stories. They come to me. They come to me as a whole in most cases, and sometimes they change. My characters do speak. I believe my characters are speaking to me. And as I'm moving along through the story, different things change. And I go where it leads me. That's how I like doing it. I do prompt writing on my blog, and prompts are something I enjoy doing. And I write a lot of short stories and poetry and blog prompts on the blog. I have I started doing memoir, and I put the start of one piece of my memoir. I've got 6 chapters on my blog of my life as a military wife. And I think this one will probably, when I'm ready, because it's going to be a while, I will put on in pieces on my blog as well. I'm not planning on publishing at this point in my life. It doesn't fit into my current lifestyle, but I like to put my work out there for people to enjoy. So it will most likely go up on my blog. But it's definitely not ready for that yet. Oh, yeah. You start out with a general idea of your character, but as things go on, things change and the story changes. And that's another reason why, I don't like plotting it out. I thought I would try it this time. And it's like by, an hour into starting writing, I'm already not looking at the outline. I'm off on my own writing. And if you have plotted the whole thing out and you change it, then you got to change your outline. And I just find that too much trouble. I'd rather just follow my characters. If you're asking me about my book, I was talking about my book, this current one. This is the first time I've actually really cared about a book that I did during National Novel Writing Month, NaNoWriMo. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but this is the first time I actually care and I actually want to finish it. So this one is a winner for me. I got a lot of short stuff that I started and didn't ever finish. Well, you guys, do you want to stream? Do you want to sprint again? Or what do you want to do? I see Amy does. She's already got her 30, vote for 30 up there. My sprints tend to run long. Most people kind of try to limit them to around 2 hours or so. But if you've ever been on one of mine before, you'll notice that Amy and I usually run at least 6 hours. Okay, you started outlining during NaNoWriMo, during July. Yeah, I started in June trying to do that, but it's not me. I'm a pantser. and I have trouble turning off that inner editor. That was something I had to work on really hard this time because it slows me down super, super slow when I'm trying to constantly fix everything I write. People saying you just write and you fix it later. So that's what I'm trying to do. Well, I'm glad you stopped by. Yes, I've enjoyed chatting with you as well, and hope to see you again. You'll see my post. I post now that I know how to do Instagram. I always try to put that out there a couple hours ahead of time to let you know when I'm going to sprint again. So it's been nice, and have a nice night. Okay, I'm in the Eastern time zone of the United States, and Tuesday and Thursday I'm set up for 8 p.m. and the Friday I'm set up for 11. And I usually run mine, like I said, especially when Amy's with me. Run. I'm going. Well, we've already been over 5 hours, so I tend to run 6 hours or so. So I stay pretty much in the evening. I'm a night owl. So Eastern Standard Time. Amy's in New Zealand, so she's ahead of me. I'm not sure where you're at. So hope to see you again. And if you keep an eye on there, you'll see if you keep an eye on YouTube, you'll definitely see it. And of course, Instagram, like I said, about 2 hours before I schedule a post to let people know. So be nice to see you again. And I really enjoyed it. Okay, you're in Central, so you're not that far off. That's good. Okay, have a nice night. Okay, so Amy, you want 30 minutes again, right? $30. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. See you in half an hour, Amy. Okay, so how'd you do, Amy? I think that's gonna have to be the last one. We're going on almost 6 hours. Start at your favorite audiobook, writing here and there. Well, still progress. Now it's 5:45, so I mean it's going on 6 hours. It's actually 4:45. So I need to get this stopped. So I think that'll have to be the last one. 10 minutes is just not. It's not worth it to set it up for 10 minutes. We've been writing all night. It's almost 6 hours. Yeah, I think we need to end it. I've got medication to take before I even try to sleep, so that takes at least a half an hour to do. So I got a good bit done myself. I still have things I didn't get done, but I got to a point that I at least felt productive. You said you can't make the 8 o'clock one, so I will probably see you then maybe Friday night at 11, my time, whatever time that is your time, the next time. And I'll see how the 8 o'clock versions go. If I don't get anybody in them, then I'll know not to schedule 8 o'clock ones anymore. Did I set them at 8 o'clock? Yeah, 8 o'clock. So Tuesday and Thursday are 8 o'clock my time. So depending on how they work out, whether I get anybody or not, I'll see whether or not I'll be scheduling any more that early. So I hope you had a good night. I know I did. And I'll see you the next time, probably Friday night. Have fun at school. Good night.